All right, I've got to check to make sure my audio is good. I'm going to log into my YouTube here for a second. Great. Sounding great. I hope that everybody's having a fantastic day or has had a fantastic day, because I have. Okay, so if you're new here, this was inspired by my son, who really loves Backrooms content right now. He's big into monsters and I want to say ominous entities, and some part of that is nostalgia that he's unfamiliar with, because Backrooms is really inspired by nostalgic environments, places that don't actually exist but are somewhat memorable to people who came from the time that those places did exist. And a lot of that is because as kids, many of these places looked a lot bigger than they actually were. You know, you got to reach up for the doorknob. You have to, you perceive the ceilings to be much taller than they were. You perceived everything to be much grander, much larger in scale as a child. And I think some of that nostalgia is also built around like the natural human touch that was also embedded in like architecture back in the day. There was a lot less fabrication, a lot less like mechanical engineering in the design of things, whereas today everything is mass produced. You see sharp corners, and there's a little less of that human touch in furniture, architecture, interior design, etc. So the nostalgia feeling, I think, is the feeling of like humanness and youth. And I think some part of that, of what he is interested in, kind of inspires me too, because I love nostalgia, anything. But this is the beginning of my Backrooms project, and I'm creating modular pieces, but I wanted to really focus more. You know, Backrooms, everybody thinks about the traditional Reddit post that has this wallpaper. I kind of designed my own graphic to recreate the wallpaper. I don't know if you can see that well from on YouTube, but I don't see a lot of people navigating away from the yellow Backrooms wallpaper look, whereas Backrooms is meant to just be this somewhat familiar environment that existed to some extent but actually never did. And for me, one big part of that for me was malls. So I jumped from creating some modular assets, these wall pieces, and then you have kind of a couple of corner pieces, inside corner. This is using an outside corner built in with a baseboard, and then these are just flat pieces. Don't remember if I had, okay, yeah, there's baseboard on both sides. So I'm creating all these modular pieces, kind of like a modular kit, and just kit bashing together just to create some concepts of what could be built with these pieces. And the mall section, although I probably need to expand it, make it much wider, is more interesting to me, because some of my biggest memories and short-lived memories were going to the mall with like my dad, who maybe I've spent a handful of days of my entire life at 36 years old with. One of those places also was like a Hollister. So I worked at Hollister and Abercrombie, and I really liked that dim lit look of Hollister when they had the kind of Surf Shack hut entrance in the malls, which, funny enough, at the time weren't like wheelchair accessible, so there was usually a staircase entrance. And then eventually they did get a wheelchair ramp modification on those to make them wheelchair accessible. And then eventually this is the design that they ended up with, where there's just, you could kind of walk in, right? So I'm incorporating elements that are memorable to me, and leading with the yellow wallpaper look. So, my idea of a Backrooms is something that is familiar, but not playing exclusively off of the one single Reddit post that kind of inspired the entire liminal genre. Today, I want to open up a second project and pull some assets over from an existing project, for the sake of realism. So what I'm going to do here is find a project that I did called The Basement. So we got a couple of versions. 5.6 is what I'm in. 5.7. So let's go. I'm gonna open this 5.7 version and see if I have anything in here that I can use. Specifically, I want to create physics doors. Light switches, wall outlets, that sort of thing. This project that I'm opening up is a digital twin of a basement that I lived in. Actually, I think I created this project as a duplicate to bring in a 3D model of the house I live in now, but the basement should still be in here somewhere. So we're gonna figure that out here in a second. All right, file, recent levels, basement, no furniture, 2. Let's see if I have anything in here. I've been watching a lot of other Backrooms content on YouTube from other creators who are using Blender and Unreal Engine to build their levels. And I don't know if any of them are live streaming, but I do know that they've uploaded development logs. So I wanted to kind of take a devlog approach, and have a conversation with you. So I've got the music a little lower than usual. I'm mic'd up. And I invite you to ask questions and converse with me. And I hope that a little of what I'm working on inspires someone to just jump into a project and start getting creative. Now, I don't know if I want or need garage doors, but or windows. I'm really not sure. But I've got some blueprints, some window blueprints. Let's think how I want to start this. These light switches are slightly different. Let's see, blueprint. There's a lot I could take from this project. I've already taken the baseboards, and with these baseboards, I actually removed the quarter round section. I did that in SketchUp. So as you can see here, this is my baseboard design from our basement. And my Backrooms project has the exact same baseboard minus the quarter round. What I wanted to pull or some doors. So this is a full on, this is a blueprint featuring all the doors. It's in one massive blueprint. I've got to figure out what's the best method of extracting these models. As you can see, my level of detail is kind of crazy. I put stuff like this in here unnecessarily. I'll demo a little bit of this project if it'll run smoothly. This is what my physics doors look like. So you can grab the door and close it. Pretty sure I'm in ultra fidelity here. One second. Okay, I really needed to spit, so I wanted to mute myself when I did it. All right, so physics handle doors, the text that disappears. Let me change the quality. So I can just click and drag, let it go. Or I can walk through it, my character. So I can just walk through the door. And then light switches. Left click or left click. As you see, we have a fan here and some can lights here, and then another set of can lights here. So this controls a fan, I think. My character movement is attached to the camera's attached to the character movement. So you can see I got a little wobble here. I click off this light and that turns off the fan light. This second one turns off those can lights, turn that fan back on, fan light back on. And to help me see at night, I've put these emissive textures on the light switches so that when it's completely dark in here, I can see. So if I adjust the time of day, which I use the greater than less than symbol to be able to do that, I can adjust the time of day on the fly. This is using ultra dynamic sky, and I've got a blueprint set up to adjust time of day, but night brightness is pretty low. So let's see. Should be 4 times a day. All right, so when you're playing, L, I think, controls all the lights. Okay, so when you got these light switches off, I did add night lights to help me see throughout the house, but now I can tell where individual light switches are because of these emissive materials on top of my light switch. So little tricks like that help me be able to figure out where my switches are as I'm walking through very dark spaces. I can see switches here. Let's see, this one. So all dynamic, and I love it. And I think I want to accomplish the same thing for, let's go here. Oh, that turns everything. Okay. Let's do this one. I think I want to do the same thing for the Backrooms game. So let's toggle lights. Another physics handle I created are my windows. Inside of a blueprint, basically, this is 3 separate meshes. You have the window itself, and then I have 2 additional meshes that are constrained on the Z-axis. And you can basically do the same thing with any wheeled vehicle. What is the zoom? Middle mouse? There's my outlets. But for the Backrooms, I want to decide, I think, to use the more classic light switch style. If I click this one, you see how it animates and it changes the material, and that controls the closet light. So what it does is it changes the material of the light asset, the mesh, and then it also turns off the point light. I also really like this wall texture that I might send over. So I'm gonna look through and see. Got an exterior door there. That could be useful. Got a garage. Some fluorescent lights. To be honest, I went a little overboard. In my asset design. But I wanted it all to look very realistic. So this is something else that I would also include. So what I'll do here is we're gonna grab this mesh. Let's find it in the content browser. I think I may need to close my project. Files, save all, and just close it for a second. Excuse me. Let's asset actions, migrate. We're gonna migrate this. Vent standard, master diffuse, wall paint, metallic white. Material functions, placeholder textures, black solid, surface imperfections. Okay, we'll take it all. And we're gonna send this to, this is gonna be under Kingston and my project and content, and apply to all. Would you like to overwrite? No. All right, so little stuff like this I'll start with. And I've got to decide whether I want to create an entirely new I think I do want these. This is a blueprint. Is this a blueprint too? No, it's just a mesh. But there's a sound on it, so let's find the blueprint for thermostat. Oh, the amount of things that I did for this, I forgot. All right, so this plays the sound for all the thermostats in the house whenever I enable or disable the thermostat. Probably don't need to get into doing that right now. wouldn't be a bad idea to bring the blueprints over, but let's take this blueprint and migrate it. Let's not override anything unnecessarily. So we've got one vent, one light fixture. I would like this door, but it's also inside of a massive blueprint, I think. Let's take a look in the viewport. Each of these doors has their own physics handles. So it is very possible that I could potentially keep everything that's in here. And each door has individual parts. So what I would probably do is migrate the entire blueprint, remove pretty much every single door, and just keep one door, whichever is closest to the origin. Which I would say is probably, where's the origin? Let's take this, copy it, and move it to the origin and delete it. Oh, okay, that's easy to see where the origin is. All right, so that's the door. So let's find this blueprint, compile, search for the blueprint, close this, right click, asset actions, migrate, don't save, okay, content, and apply to all, no. So this will bring all my doors over, minus the structure. I don't think there's anything else that I want other than maybe some materials. I wouldn't mind having the light switch, but there's some modifications I'm going to have to make. So let's take the light switch. Ah, shit. 1 fixtures, 2 fix, 3 fix, 4 fix. That's right. So I created this blueprint, and it's multiple blueprints using the same mesh. Each blueprint controls how many lights get turned on and turned off. For example, if I press play, right in this room, you can see there are 6 lights and then 1 fan light. So the fan light has a light switch blueprint, which is this one. Nope. This one. And that one is that blueprint only controls a ceiling fan light. This blueprint controls any room that has 6 lights in it. The kitchen, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. No, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a 4 fixture blueprint. This one would be 1, 2, 3, also a 4 fixture. This one would be 1, 2, 3. And this is the 4 fixture again. Right, so I have to determine whether or not I want to replicate the same thing or just build it from scratch. In the meantime, something I could do, which I don't know, I'm a little bit on the fence about using these types of light switches in my Backrooms project. But we got the doors. I wouldn't mind having the windows. So let's go ahead and bring the window blueprint. And by migrating the window blueprint, it should also migrate everything that's required for that blueprint to work, including the meshes. So let's just not bring anything else over. I do want to add the bricks and the wall paint. So we got a couple types of wall paint. We've got this textured wall paint, and then we have just flat, a little bit off white-ish paint. I'm gonna grab, see, some wall ceiling paint, white, plastic, beige, plastic opaque, materials, emissive, JB scene, master, wall paint. What other materials we got? It's black plastic. This is also a blueprint. I will take the ceiling fan though. I will take the ceiling fan. Let's take this one just to have those settings. And I can update the blueprint mesh, the ceiling fan mesh, and keep all the same settings. When I hit simulate, as you'll see, my fan, this one is set to go much slower as if it's off, but it's outside in the wind. And this one is just off. And you can change that on the fly with inside of the blueprint. I have rotation speed, and I can make it rotate all wonky, but I want to find a way to add like a physics to those fans. We'll get to that at another point. But this was all built in SketchUp, brought into Unreal Engine, and turned into a interactable asset. And the goal is to bring those same features into the Backrooms. So if I don't grab the door, I could just walk through it with my body. Although it's gonna be a little, I gotta change the weight is, I simulated the weight to be heavy so the door doesn't swing so fast. So when my character moves into it, its mass feels way heavier than it should. But by doing this, it won't swing back open. I can push the door closed. All right, feels a little more natural than having an animation. Because technically you can stop the door anywhere and just push it. So let's go back to the other project. I'm gonna turn off real time and minimize this. Shut out black. Tom. I'm on Instagram at 901 Corey Owens, which is the same handle in my YouTube channel if you want to get in contact and collaborate. We'll be looking for some people to work with sometime in the near future on YouTube. All right, so now we're back in our Backrooms project. I call it the Backrooms. Just to recap, I've created some modular pieces. Let's see what unlit looks like. And let's set the sky. Oh, what is that connected to? Shift G. Uncheck the sky sphere. That shouldn't be in there. Control G. Let's move this one back up to lighting. Blueprints, lighting, directional light, reset, and turn off the post-process volume. Okay, so let's take a look. I got some modular pieces here. Each of these blocks, I forget the Unreal units, the number of Unreal units that I use. Ultimately, what I did was I created a box. I love using the modeling mode. I'll go into modeling mode, grab a box, set the snap to 50, and then I'll snap the box into one of the grids and use that kind of as my gizmo location, my pivot location for doing a polygroup edit to the box to then create what I want to create based off that position. So as you can see, like I have a wall right here and its pivot is in the middle of this box, this grid. If I go back into my mall environment, the pivot for this pillar is inside of this grid right in the center. Thus, I'll have to ungroup this real quick. The location of this window section is also sharing the same pivot point, as well as this modular piece. So I created all these modular pieces and they all share the same pivot location. That way, when I do bring them in here, I can just snap to 50 and place them exactly where I want them to be. And all the pieces should snap together. And then I can build an entire modular mall, you know, or backrooms section using that same, you know, those modular pieces using that same pivot point. So let's take all of this real quick and we're going to group it for now. And let's see if, honestly, I do have to figure this out real quick. If I go in here, where are these? Are these on the floor or no? We need to go back to real time. It's not on the floor. That might create an issue. But maybe not, because I'm using, shoot, I didn't think about this. Okay, here's what I'll do. I know what I'll do. Let's go blueprint class. Now, did that stuff actually come in here or not? Got a ceiling fan, lamp. I should have a blueprint full of doors. Main structure, window. Okay. I never did import the switches. That's why they're not in there. So let's grab this mesh. Search. Yo, what up, dude? Appreciate all of the comments on the video. All your stuff looks mad impressive and amazing. Thank you, and same to you. I'm stoked to have come across your videos because you're diving into this whole project from a different perspective that I need to be approaching and learning, which is PCG. I've not even gotten to that because I like to manually place everything, and I know that PCG is going to be something that is going to be a game changer for me I've just been avoiding it, to be honest, because I'm scared to learn something new. Let's take this and copy paste. Let's make this easy. Let's move this over. We're going to, I'm going to double edit pivot. So let's go into modeling mode. Before we edit anything, we need to convert. So go favorites, convert. We're going to save this as a new static mesh. Not really worried about the name of it right now. What do we got? Search. Okay, so SM underscore electrical outlet. And then let's do the same for this. Convert. Accept. Okay. SM electrical outlet box. We'll grab them both and edit pivot. I think I need to disable my rendering mode is hiding my pivot. So let's go to lighting, post-process volume, global illumination method. Nope, it is something else. Ray tracing. Translucency raster. There it is. There's my pivot. And let's set this to center. Let's see what front does real quick, because we do want the front and back to actually be front and back. So center, and then we're gonna place this on the wall. I'm gonna move this and press Control to put this on the wall. And then we're gonna drop this down to the floor, but my floor is actually underneath this carpet. So let's move that down, hold Control, and accept. So since these are two brand new meshes that are duplicates of these two, I'm not actually changing the pivot of those static meshes, which would screw up the position of every other static mesh instance in the scene. I've created a new one, and I will just turn this into a blueprint, maybe. We'll see. We'll do that in the other project. So let's save everything. And migrate. We don't need to overwrite anything. It migrated it, but it looked like it deleted it out of my. That's hilarious. Let me just move it. The heck? All right, let's see. All right, we're gonna maybe move the light switch over also, but just to have it as a reference, and we can change the static mesh later. So these should all be in the same position, and that's centered. Let's just start with this one. Copy, paste, move it. All right, center and on the wall, right? Yes, it's on the wall. Let me think. I want to convert these two and do a Boolean for these two. So let's do a Boolean on the screw and the box. we're going to do a union and new object, and we're going to call this SM light switch box. Actually, I want to do an underscore. SM light switch box single, because I do have a double and a triple, I think. And accept. Let's save. Asset actions. Nope, let's not do that yet. This is kind of in a different position. Okay. Edit pivot. Front. And place it against the wall. Accept. Now save it and migrate. Okay, last but not least, I'm just gonna have to run with this and export it as is. This is a 9 fixture. Let's go right now with, 9 is probably the biggest that I have. So 9 and fan, we're going to migrate. Perfect. Perfect. I do want this wall material though. It disappears. It looks like it disappears out of the project when that happens. Okay, now reload, and now we have, oh wow, all the dependencies for those light switches I think got moved over too. It's all good. Imported assets, structure, and we got a window blueprint. See, lighting, interiors, got doors. The first thing I want to do is pull this door blueprint in here. Jeez, look at that. And what's gonna happen is I'm gonna be able to walk through these doors. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have to adjust the location of these assets inside the blueprint. Let's just turn this down to 10. Okay, maybe 5. It can't touch the ground because it's a physics asset. So let's just press play and let's disable the blueprint, lighting, post-process, hidden, visible. Nope, I can't turn it off. Maybe I can change the metering mode to manual. I can't hide the post-pro. Okay, I know what I can do. Unbound instead. And let's just save that for now. Door looks tiny. Physics is not, oh, there it is. I can't tell which way. Okay, I know which way it is now. But my character, there's no interactive component yet. I will also have to migrate that. And I don't know if that's really possible. That one opens inward. All right, I don't think we're gonna worry about the doors for now, but let's take a look at their size compared to this opening we created. So this is an accurate scaled door because I measured them when I was redesigning my my basement, and that scale is pretty good. Yeah, that's a pretty good scale. What door is that? Doesn't matter. Let's go walk through it. Perfect fit. All right, so now we know that, you know, our modular assets are going to be perfect for a door that I already created. Although I want to make some more classic looking doors, because this one is a little too modern. The design is very modern. A lot of detail in there, as you can see. It's all geometry. I would like to. You should be able to replace the mesh. So all I have to do is go in here, find the mesh, drag it in here, figure out where the, pivot is. We can duplicate this. Let's go to favorites, convert, accept. Yeah, let's do that. Accept. And let's find that in the details panel. We're going to call this SM door temp. All right. And all I have to do now is, if I want to replace this door, right? Let's grab a box. Let's see which way this is faced. And polygroup edit it. Actually, no, first right click this location, grab the box, paste the location, and polygroup edit. Turn off snap and just use control to align this to the door. And this is going to be our template for this sized door. And we can go back and either create or modify this existing door style at a later date. Now the door has rounded edges, so I have to make sure I'm snapping to the face and not the edge, because we have an extreme amount of detail. So I'm using polygroup edit because I have my pivot placed where the door is actually supposed to swing on the hinges. As you can see here, each door actually has a set of hinges built in them, which is also a separate mesh. Let's hit accept, and now I have a door it's the movie theater door. And I will go into the blueprint, double click on this door. Actually, I need to search for this in the content browser. This is going to be a door placeholder. SM door temp placeholder. Double click on this door and place that in here and then hit play. So now we have a temporary door model mesh, and physics asset works, but the one thing I forgot to do, see how quickly it just slams itself open? You can kind of walk through it. So I grab this door mesh, and inside of the static mesh editor, I got to look at a couple of things. Not worried about nanite and all that stuff right now. We have to look at, let's search for mass. Maybe it's not inside of this, but we do have collision. So we have a simplified box collision that I can't see right now. So I'll grab this mesh, double click it, and add a box simplified collision. Boom. So that the character can interact with it and not walk through it. And then in the blueprint, mesh should be, let's enable physics. So is that on here or in the content browser? Box 230. All right, let's click on it here. That shouldn't really matter though. Okay, so door, hallway, base is what that's called in the blueprint. Let's search physics and mass. So 2500 mass. Let's check this one. 2500. So let's hit play. So if I didn't have a collision mesh, a simplified box collision, it would act kind of funky. So now it acts like a proper door. And now all we really have to do is place it appropriately in the scene. As my son calls it, I'm going to phase through the wall, because that's how Backrooms works, right? Yeah, that's perfect. So now that we know that we have that, I can go ahead and delete that blueprint. And let's take a look at light switches. Oh shit. That's something that I forgot to do. Okay, this was supposed to have its pivot be on the floor. So edit pivot. Let's go down onto the carpet. Pretty sure it's there. Accept. And this is going to help me place it in the scene at the appropriate height, because I measured that in my bedroom. Save. And we are going to re-export, re-migrate, and replace the mesh. So search, asset actions, migrate. The only thing we need is that. No materials, none of that. Okay. Select folder, yes. And now let's find that light switch. Where was it? Generated. So we might need to close and open this. Oh no. What is it called? Like it disappeared. Yeah, I don't know if it okay, let's figure out what it's called then instead. Search. That's really weird. close it and open it back up. Outlet. Well, that is here. Put that there on the wall. Rotate it 45 degrees. And then drop it to the ground. Drop it low, girl. Actually, yeah, transform. Let's go modeling, transform, and just drop it to the ground. Complete. And now we know that is the specific height of, that is placed at the correct height. It doesn't need to be interactable or anything, but it is going to add some level. Man, that looks so tiny of realism. Might need to go back to a first person character. I'll start adding those around the scene. I just want to bring them into the project so that I know that they are placed correctly, so that when I'm ready to duplicate and create instance meshes in the different rooms, it'll be very easy to place them. And it looks like it's using the wrong material. My plastic white. Let's turn down the, I really don't need a normal. I don't know why it sets a 3. Crazy. Crazy unreal. That's not normal for you to just apply normals like that. Oh, I know what it is. So I didn't replace my textures when transferring this over. There must be a normal texture with the same name. It's like default normal actually does not a flat normal in Unreal Engine. The default normal is a weird one. Oops. Good to know. Now, I don't believe that mesh ever transferred over, but we're going to open that program again and close this one just to make sure we get it transferred. Also just realized that I am in 5.7. All right, this we can delete. This is what we want to transfer over. Let's find it and migrate it. I don't know what we're replacing, but that's probably all I need from that.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I won't be there to see it, but I don't want you to be sad.
It feels like 12 o'clock. All right, back to the Backrooms. Let's find the light switch. I know the way. And it's still not showing up in there. Okay. Stupid of me to think I could search box and find it. Static mesh. Light box. Where the hell did you get placed? That's weird. Okay, so let's place it on the wall and then modeling, favorites, transform, and just drop it down to the ground. Complete. Rotate. All right. And we will create a new switch for this and a blueprint. But in the meantime, I can go ahead and find my blueprint. Let's do lights. I'll add the fan one in here. Master material, flag. What are we talking about here? Something's missing. Easy fix. Good to know. And let's bring this light. And we can manually place you for now. Looks like it's upside down, actually. Although I can't even click it, so kind of doesn't matter that I'm placing a blueprint there. At least it'll proportionately look correct. $22.70. Okay. What? Oh, it's got to be the red axes that I move. Okay, got it. I forgot that Unreal Engine was weird like that. All right, they're going to be on the same stud. Shout out to all of my architecture people who think about things like that. And let's just put it in the center of this for now. All right, not like we're ever even going to use that, the light switch or whatever, but when the character is next to it, it'll at least be in the correct place. And the correct scale, etc. And it'll just temporarily be there until I'm ready to place them throughout the scene. I can replace the static mesh for this blueprint, and I can replace the static mesh for this static mesh so that we can create that old school light fixture, light switch. All right, let's take a look at this real quick. I just want to walk through it before I start bashing anything else together. Let's see. Not a fan of that camera, so let's pilot our girl. And let's edit her camera. Should be. Let's attach this pilot. Oh, so it won't show me. It won't show me the preview while I'm piloting her, but I should be able to adjust our camera. So if I change the location, Not a huge fan of that kind of over the shoulder look, but for now, I'm going to just go for it. I want to tilt it. Ooh. 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 Let's get weird, huh? Let's get a little bit weird. Let's get a little weird. Let's get a little bit weird. In all seriousness, I really just wanted to adjust the FOV. And I will be replacing this character altogether at some point. Alright, kind of cool actually. But let's not. Oh, duh. Hella bright. So a couple of tricks that I did here. All the tiles are set to the same pivot, which is here because I built them kind of on the floor, and they are much lower. So if I go over to this area and I select a tile, I could lower the pivot, but at their lowest state, let's just grab all of these and 50 and drop it down to the ground. At their lowest state, this is where I want the pivot to land, right in the center of the box, because it's a modular setup. So, we hit play. Let's just run through here. There are going to be some rooms where the tile is super low. And real quick, I got to go back to that first person character because I'm not at all the fan of the third person. So let's find that chick wherever she's at and delete her. Or auto possess disabled. And do we have third person or first person? Yep. Okay, auto possess. Player 0. Let's pilot him. And let's have a look at our camera. That looks way too crazy. Now the question is, at what field of view does this begin to look nostalgic? For now, let's just kind of, let's make the field of view look a little crazier. Speed. We are looking for character movement. Max walk speed, I'll set that to half, so 300. And I like that speed a little better. And this field of view is not too shabby. I think that means it's like not bad, right? let's have a look at our. All right, light switch. Cool. So another thing I did with these forgot that I'm piloting my guy. So the modular ceiling tiles, some of them have a hole cut in them, and I can just rotate them 45 degrees to change the location of the hole. I do have a little ceiling tile piece that I could also just drop somewhere or place inside of one of those holes, which looks like this. And then on top of that, what I would normally do is place a box with only faces on the inside. So if I go in the box, this isn't affected by any of the light. I disabled all the light being able to hit the inside faces of the box so that it appears to be extremely dark up there. But yeah, there is a little box there. Okay, and that is the same thing I did for vents. So when I decide to bring, let's just, as an example, I'll put a vent here. Let's do static mesh vent. Have a return vent and one of these. If I place a vent on the ceiling, it gets put in the right spot, and oh my lord, I am gonna have to do something about this. Shoot. I know what to do. Okay. Material. Let's get rid of that normal and save. I would normally have to put a hole in here in the ceiling if I decide to put a vent somewhere. Gosh, that looks so tiny. But once I start adding all these little details, it makes a significant difference. And those are the little things I like to bring into my scenes. For example, I could put one of those like over here, but I would either have to do some Boolean operation and create a new modular piece, or find a way to finesse a hole into it without creating new modular pieces. So let's bring it in here again. Let's do this one, for example. If I were to do this one, okay, let's just transform it. Oh, that's why it didn't work. I guess from the bottom you can't really tell because this vent is facing upwards, but it should be. This is a return, so it doesn't really matter which way it's facing. It's pulling air in, but it's supposed to look black inside of there, and that's an issue. So with procedural generation, I should be able to find a way to do a Boolean operation to cut a hole in here, because just painting it black may not work, but we can try something real quick. This mesh having, I do want it to still be transparent, so we're not going to create a new mesh. We're not going to create a new face on this static mesh. I'm going to convert this to a new static mesh so that we have two. And polygroup edit, let's grab You know what? The easier thing to do would be to just create a box. Let's just drop it on the floor. Copy this location, paste, polygroup edit, select the face, invert selection, delete, turn off snapping, move this up against the wall, and then pull it out just a hair. Well, let's drop it down to here. Let's scale it. And then ever so slightly, just pull it out. That'll probably do well. Okay, let's hit accept. Ooh, the downside to that is I cannot disable the light for one specific material. So let's just hit accept. Okay, so that's what it looks like now. I will go in here into my lighting. Let's see. Light channel, and we're going to disable channel 0. And you see now that it's black. It looks black. And of course, we would have to use some black material on it. So let's find a material instance. Do I have black? Ceiling paint black could probably work. So let's grab that mesh and let's just apply this black paint to it, since it's not receiving any light off of anything. And it's going to look much darker now in there. All right, so that's one good way to fake that. And it'll look a little jittery based on my screen percentage. But that's a good way to fake holes, because it's not receiving any light in there. Yeah. All right, that would have to be a mesh of its own though. So I can change that mesh name to SM I don't know, hole. And now for the vent that I put up here, which is gone, I can place this up here too and just scale it. And as you can see, it'll be kind of on the wall. Now let's see, light channel. And that black material. Okay. All right. Easy enough. Vent. Drop that up there. Just gonna test this. Now the position of this, we'll copy it. And just scale it. And now it'll look more believable. There's our hole. We no longer have to boolean and cut holes into things. Woo! Yes, sir. So what I could do is I could turn that into a blueprint. And we're just going to name it vent. So let's go to the blueprints, We're going to convert selection to blueprint class, child actors. We're going to use actor and SM. No, we're going to call this BP underscore vent. Accept. Now we have a vent. Save, close. Now, is this a blueprint? This is a blueprint now. So all we have to do is copy it, move it wherever we want. I'll just keep it there for now. Let's go back here. Actually, you know what? I would like to copy this. So Control C, and then right click here. Edit, paste here. And then just rotate it. I just wanted to see what it would look like there. So you can see that black in there, and it's not receiving any light, and it looks like there's a hole without there being a hole. I wish I would have known that in my last project. We'll do the same thing here. So we're just creating these blueprints real quick. I'll click the black part first, and I guess it really doesn't matter with this because the pivot point of these two meshes is the same, so the blueprint's pivot point is going to be the same also. Returns are usually on walls and not ceilings, so I'll go down and convert selection to a blueprint class. We'll say BP underscore, actually no, not there, BP underscore return, and now we have a return. Should probably be rotated. Nope, that's right. And now ultimately we can replace this anywhere. That's not where I want it to be. It's just in the scene, so that when I need to reference it for where I want to put it, I can just go copy it and delete it later. But little shit like that is super useful. This whole tile could also act as a blueprint. Now the location of each of these, the pivot point should be in the same place. So whenever I need a tile with a hole in it, let's see, that's a little different. No, they're all the same. That one is turned. In the blueprint, I should be able to modify each individual blueprint's static mesh location in the details panel. So essentially I can convert this tile to a single blueprint, and these can all be blueprints throughout here. So I can just click one thing and it'll select all. That is something I'll do maybe later. And that's what I should have did back here. Let's go ahead and take these and move them up. So this is our light blueprint, and then we have one that's unlit and somewhat turned off. I do need one more that is completely turned off. Let's see, what is this set to? Let's see, path tracing. So let's take these. A little bit of light coming out of them. would like for one of them to be off. So I can delete this light for this one, and let's modify this material. Ceiling light off. We should have a second one, I think. Let's rename this. Ceiling light dim. Duplicate ceiling light off. Disabled, since apparently off is taken. Disabled. We'll set disabled to that. And let's change the emissiveness to 0. Specular. Okay, I would imagine that would be some amount of specularity. Let's go back to lit though and see what it looks like. Or roughness. Yeah. So that would be a blueprint with no light. We'll have a blueprint with a fully active light. I'll do a blueprint with a light that flickers. And this blueprint is with a light that's barely on, but I'm not a fan of what that looks like. So let's change the emissiveness something even lower. Now, normal intensity, keep that. Roughness. Maybe not. All right, that looks solid enough to me to not have to like obsess over it. And this one's much closer to a wall, so like that reflection. I love how that reflection looks because it's still a dim light. Let's make sure this is using the right material though. Yep, dim. This light is at 0.001, also 0.00. So yeah, that looks good. I do think these lights might be a little bright though. We're probably going to go back and readjust these once I have some sort of post-processed camera lens effect, um, assuming this is going to be from like a VHS perspective. Not really sure what approach I want to take with any of that just yet. Let's set this guy back. Okay. So, I think this is a fair start. I do want to move these. This can honestly be combined, but I would want to separate the materials. So, let's see. Let's modify the material. Edit materials. Let's go brush. All connected. Just grab both of those. Add a material slot. Make it active and assign active material accept. So what I'll do with this is I'll grab both of these meshes. I'm going to Boolean and union. First input object, accept. All right, now we got two materials and one static mesh. And the reason I wanted two different materials is so that if I want to have like an off-white color, which sometimes happens, or black plastic on the outlet itself, and a white box or a different color box, I can modify those materials individually. And now all I have to do is just paste the same material in both slots. The last thing I would have to do for this to look the way it's supposed to is polygroup edit. I can't really add another face. So let's take all of this, duplicate, pull it out by 50. Decompose. Let's grab, deselect those two boxes and delete. Merge, recalculate normals, rotate 90 degrees. Let's accept this for now. Edit materials. Let's grab this and add another material. Ooh, we're running into a problem again. Let's just give it ceiling paint black for now. Assign and accept. I'll take this and probably just have to copy. Convert, accept, polygroup edit, select this face, invert selection, delete it all, accept. Okay, and then control paste, control V, polygroup edit, delete this face, accept. All right, roundabout way to make a new face. Realizing that I needed to separate this mesh and just convert this to a blueprint so that I can do the same thing I did to that vent up there. Because as of now, since I don't have holes in the walls and I don't want to put holes in the walls, I need a mesh, a face in here that does not receive light. So I'll take this mesh and we'll go to light channel, and deselect channel 0, and then I'll polygroup edit, and we'll disable the snap. Let's snap it to the wall first, and then just barely pull it out. Okay, and that should be good, except and from a distance, it should now look like there's a hole. Since this doesn't receive any light, all right, so now I have to take the light switch or the outlet receptacle, and let's convert this to a blueprint. And we'll call it BP underscore receptacle. I think I spelled that right. Let's double check in Google. Because I could be wrong. RECEPTACLE. Never be ashamed to spell check things. So BP receptacle. Okay. And now we have a receptacle blueprint. It doesn't have to necessarily do anything special. I just need to be able to copy it and know that it's going to have that black in there to simulate there being a hole in the wall of sorts. And that looks much better already. May want to do the same with this, but we're not going to worry about that right now. I'm going to change this mesh. This element 0, element 1, element 2. I don't know what to think of that. We'll leave it alone for now. All right, now all of that, so I can now take these and 50, let's just bring them here. Transform. Actually, never mind. All right, we'll just keep that for there, that for there, that there for now. And let's create some more assets. What happened to my music? Life is good, y'all. Life is good. Count your blessings. As you can see, I have some variants on these tiles. No PCG yet, just if I take one of these and pull it down, you can see how I've modified the faces a little bit. And then for every instance, I can just rotate it 45 degrees to kind of get a variation on each section. But like I said, at some point I will turn these into blueprints to make it easy to just grab either a section like this, a section with a light, or a section with a hole. And we might do a second variation that has the hole on inside of one of these quadrants instead of on the outer quadrant, because that can really just be rotated and kind of put anywhere. Maybe a third variation with the hole on the end, on a corner, because you know you can transform these on an axis, flip it on an axis, as well as with these different light styles. And I'm going to switch this out. We're only going to have one of those lights be on, because we don't need three. Okay, so all right, I'm liking that a hell of a lot better. Again, this isn't meant to be an actual level design yet. These are just pieces that I'm using to kind of bash some things together. Considering this is on one side of a wall, I figured I'd leave those two lights on and then kind of get a feeling for what my ceiling's gonna look like kind of in the dark. Very much pleased with how this is turning out in terms of photorealism. I can make this a little more ominous. With a red. So what light is this? Dim. Let's find the material. Oh, it is set to the off one. Okay. Got to pull up some references to get some ideas real quick. Now, a lot of Backrooms pictures, their lights are a little more exaggerated. There are some that are, I could create some that are missing a cover. I do want to get this vent created. I'll get to that in a minute. And I do believe I have one. Let's take a look. No, it's not the same. It's not the same. Never mind. So, real quick, ceiling tile vent. All right, I like this one. This one. I may end up creating one of all of these. Ceiling vent accent covers. And I prefer using actual geometry because I'm not looking to have something that's extremely performant. I want it to feel like it's real. I do want one that looks super dirty though too, like this, but let's just focus now on design. This one, for whatever reason, looks more old school. I do like the detail in this one. All right, so let's think how we want to accomplish this. I'm going to be on the same layer. SketchUp, maybe? Just want to find a good image. Before we start doing any crazy work, I see in my 3D models what I got. Looks like I do have a little something that I can use. A plethora of options. I didn't realize they made so many different types of diffusers. All right, all right, all right. Okay, I've got an idea. Let's go imported assets. We're going to add a folder in there. Imported assets, structural. SM diffuser. Maybe ceiling. I don't believe I really need any materials. No, that's ridiculous. Oh boy, that's crazy work. Okay, what are we going to do first? We are going to see what this motherfucker look like. Rotate it. Materials, 2 materials. Let's go ahead and union. First input object. Accept. Okay. Save. Take all of these and delete. Scale. Let's figure out where this is. Okay, let's just X. Paste here. Grab this location. Paste there. And polygroup edit. We'll go select all faces. Middle mouse click and drag to this face. And let's bring it all the way up to here. Scale it down. It does look like it's a little crooked or something, but maybe I'm just tripping. An easy fix for that would be to find a point on both faces, on both edges or corners, and rotate the pivot accordingly. Okay. Easier said than done. So let's do that. Let's just make it easy. Watch and learn, folks. Maybe a few inaccuracies here, but we're going to make sure this thing is rotated appropriately. Alright, looks like this isn't straight either, so we got to use a different reference point. Let's see what else we got in here. This would be a bad idea to do it from the top. So let's move this up. To this point. Alrighty then. Now everything can pretty much be straightened out, I think. If we set this to 0, 0, 90. Now we might be cooking. You see that? It goes flat on there. That's perfect. Now we can scale her. So let's center it this way first. Actually, we're going to hit accept right there. Now, polygroup edit. Actually, edit pivot, center. Where's the center at? Okay, it's acting like there's more faces. I know what to do. Let's bake transform, edit pivot, center. So why is the pivot like that? Am I in world space? Delete current selection. There's nothing to delete. How many different pieces we talking here? All right, let's have a look. It doesn't have to be this complicated, but I like these high poly assets. Alright. Now, let's group all of this into a folder. And let's take everything we can see from the player's perspective. And union. Edit pivot sensor. Okay. And now all this other shit, which it's a lot of, can be deleted. So if I go to the folder where the static mesh is, this is the only thing I really want to save. All these other crazy meshes can go. And that is one way to keep your project clean when dealing with very high poly assets. Alright, so search. We can delete this. And we know we want to move this back to our imported assets. So static meshes, this can go. So SM ceiling diffuser. That somewhere else? I don't think so. Okay. Yeah, we can get rid of it. Force delete. Now, if I go to Google, what does the ceiling diffuser actually look like in the ceiling? Alright, it's usually underneath. Okay, makes sense. So I've got to scale this some more. Let's actually move it here. For some reason it just doesn't feel like it's going down straight. So what I'll do is transform, middle mouse and click to here, and then just align that with the ceiling tile, some of which are crooked intentionally. doesn't have to be in there perfect, I guess. No, yo, that's solid. All right, so now let's grab this tile or this ceiling section. We're gonna lock that in the details panel. And we want to use the location to update the pivot of our diffuser. So edit pivot, we're gonna copy red axis, green axis, blue axis, accept. So now, I think we need to also copy the rotation. Edit pivot. This was set to -90. Damn. I see now. All right, so let's actually use this box's pivot. Let's see. Lock. Edit pivot. So -50. 50, 100, -90. Accept. Alright, so essentially what I can do is I could place these two objects together. And there's already a hole here. So, check it out. If I grab this, actually we want to move this. I want to grab this tile. This should be shift group. What the hell? Okay, there we go. I want to grab this location. We know it's rotated -180. So shift right click. And then we'll go here. Grab this. Shift left click location. And then set the rotation to -180. And now it's right where it needs to be. Not too much detail, but assuming these lights weren't here, you know, actually might be better off putting it, you know, let's use this one as an example instead. So I'm gonna grab everything inside of this folder. Ceiling tiles, section 1. Right click, select all descendants, and click on the viewport. Right, Control G. Select all descendants. All right. Shift G. Negative 180. Copy. Paste. And now select all descendants plus this and Control G. And now that's a group. So this whole group will now move together, and it has a vent in it. So just another little like modular piece that I can add in there. If I wanted to make it a blueprint, I could. And it's got enough detail, not too much detail, but enough to where once I add like a VHS effect or something on top of it, it's gonna look real enough from a distance. And I'm very satisfied with that. The other thing we have to add are like sprinklers. So I'll spend an entire day maybe adding little details to my walls like this. And then another day adding details to my ceiling, like holes and vents. And this is, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Technically, we've added 6 different meshes, 6 different modular pieces to this scene. 6. The 6th one of those pieces being this completely disabled light fixture, which looks great. So we have 3 light variations, technically 4. I have a red one that I haven't put in here. Got a really dim light. We have a really bright light. We have a disabled light. We have a hole in the wall with a individual piece that I can either place in the ceiling or on the floor, really anywhere, and I can give it physics so that it can just, fall out of a floor. Now this doesn't make sense. So Shift G, Control click, Control group. We are going to Control X. And there's got to be another hole somewhere. Edit, paste here. Don't want it to be too perfect. And seeing that a tile has fallen out of the ceiling in one spot. Little simple details like that can go a long way once I start building out the actual backroom level layout. So save that and let's just have a walk around. Got light switch. You can't really see that super well, but you see it well enough. And I am going to edit the material. So this has a plastic material. Can I modify this? Fan. material. Select all. Assign active. Accept. Okay. Edit material. Let's see if we can edit material and delete. Now that has the appropriate material on it, like a metallic looking plastic. Now, I doubt my player is ever going to really see that hole that's in there for me to care about it. But I can add a material just in case. Difference being, that's probably going to be part of a much larger blueprint where there's a box. It's interesting how it looks from up here. It's really cool in Path Tracer. Now, I would recommend going to Sketchfab to see what different things you can find that might be useful. And I tried to figure out what other things should go on the ceiling that your average Backrooms level designer is not considering. Don't need something with a significant amount of detail. But let's see what all we can find. A couple of things I would look for that I'm looking for now actually are fire extinguisher box and fire alarm. Because I want to, if I'm going to focus on the ceiling for this bit, and look for some good assets. So that's what I'm doing right now off screen. It's just I'm hunting for a couple of assets that I can use to populate my ceiling with a little bit more detail. And I'm also looking for a box, which Evermotion has a ton of stuff. All Alright, so instead of downloading in the original format, I would rather have a GLTF. And we're going to have to do a lot of optimization for some of these assets. But let's just get our proof of concept. Let's see, new folder. We'll call this one fire. Give me just a second. Not exactly sure what route I would like to go for. I think I found something I like. Alright, so I'm looking at fire alarms, different variations of fire alarms on Sketchfab to see if there's any specific design I would like to just download and import. No, that's a little crazy. It's a little big. Anything specific you guys want to see in this project, please let me know. Probably the better looking design, and I don't care so much about visual fidelity on little assets like this, but okay, what do we got? Let's see, SM. What is this? Fire sprinkler. I would like a really good exit sign. Oh, that looks freaking terrible. All right, so I'm just gathering up a couple of assets to just bring into the scene to populate it. Um, I actually really like something I just found, but we're not gonna go there. Hmm. Not really sure how this is gonna work, but we're just gonna grab it anyways. I wonder why they would make you break some glass to press a fire button. That doesn't seem very useful. Practical. I really want one of those old school ceiling mounted speakers. One you would see in a really old classroom. Let's search. let's try this. Okay. Imported assets, new folder, electronic. Audio. Actually, let's just rename it to speakers. gathering some assets to bring into the level. So forgive me if it's feeling a little slow here. Hmm. Okay. Okay, let me think. Oh no, that is not animated. User two. All right, I don't know if that door is gonna work, but super nice. Copy. Paste. I don't believe there are any animations. Imported assets. Electronic miscellaneous. The asset hunt continues. I suspect that I will be done here in a second. I'm just looking for like old school desks. Ooh, that's a lot of geometry. I hear my computer going crazy. All I can say is there are a lot of options for desks, but I'm looking specifically for the type that I had in high school. I think I found it. I think I found it. Yeah, that's definitely the one. Because at some point this week, what I'm going to do is attempt to recreate my old high school. A classroom in my high school. And part of this will be in an effort to make something a little more familiar to the people that that are closer to my age. Yeah, this will do. So let's go furniture. All right, I'm looking for one last model, I think. It's a school clock, but it's the one that comes out of the wall. I have something that's good enough. Yeah, I think that'll do. All right, I kind of found what I'm looking for. I'm going to start placing assets here in a second. Just to bring them in the scene and see what the materials are looking like. It's a lot of meshes. Whole lot of meshes. Okay. We're going to take this material instance and set the material to master, the master material. And do the same thing here. The master. So we need all the materials for these meshes, which have really odd names. Extinguisher. So if I just go to static meshes and drag all this out into the scene, add a folder, rotate this 45. All right, let's see what we got going. Materials, extinguisher, parameter group, textures, albedo. Alright, there's our box. I believe we have a transparent. So let's see, opacity, enable opacity texture. And let's bring this in there. Now for extinguisher, this one is actually the box. So extinguisher needs to be this one. There's no opacity for extinguisher. I'm sorry, what just happened? Nothing. All right, we'll get around to getting all the assets correct, but first, box. Opacity. We're gonna have to use a glass material, a glass on that. So let's search real quick in a different details panel for glass. Material instance. Glass. Also, glass. Oh, the glass is there. roughness, opacity, refraction, Fresnel, transparency, imperfections, UVs, glass, emissive glass color, blah blah blah. What if this was? I don't think that makes a difference. No specular adjust. Glass roughness. Glass color. Imperfections. Transparency. Alright, I gotta change my rendering mode or something. Let's see, use object UVs. That doesn't really matter. Refraction depth. Let's go to master. Alpha. I mean, all of this looks correct. CD.2. Okay. Material property overrides. Default lit. Thin translucent. Don't need it to be two-sided. Okay. Opacity. Color. Alright, this box, something is going on with the box. Alright. Box. Extinguisher box. Boom. Extinguisher box. Extinguisher. Alright, now all these other things, except for this. Now, what can we get rid of? This. Okay, cool. And now, let's go here and add some base roughness. What are we looking at? first input object, accept, and so really this can be all one object. And navigate to the object and place it inside of static meshes. I don't want to copy it, I want to move it. Oh, we are in static meshes, aren't we? Cool. Let's figure out how high we want it. That we don't really know yet. Damn. I am not certain. How this came with 0 materials. But let's figure it out. Let's bring it all in. Let's scale to 0.1.
Backrooms on every wall.
day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you. No, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you. No, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you. No, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you. No, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you. No, 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 no. Other day I said I don't wanna go, I didn't listen to you.
This is where your story begins. I'm sorry I